Right, here we go. Right, just myself and Vol at the moment. Daisy does have the link, and I do see him in the document. I guess he just needs to wake up. Right. Is everything okay with you, Vol? Is there anything going on with you? Not sure.
Nothing really going on at the moment.
Alrighty. Let's try and find.
I'm already on like 2 hours of sleep right now, so.
Okay. Right. So unless Hazy needs me to do something, as in when he joins, I'll probably continue to write bits and pieces for Find the Fake. But just want to see if there's anything still left for you to do, though, if we can work something out. Like, Hazy, I see you're literally right here, Hazy. Join the fucking call, man. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Join the call. He's on this slide, he should see it. Right. Is there any slide designing that needs to happen? Okay, I see Hazy's done a little bit of something down here.
I actually had the document focus, not the slides, so I didn't see it.
Okay, there you are. Right.
But yeah, I only just switched back to thing because I previously had this the chat muted for some reason because we were in a previous Jitsi call in the last stream. I only just switched to it because my phone alarm went off.
Okay. Righty. So I guess question is, do you need help with myself or Vol right now? Particularly Vol, because I don't think he's got much going on.
I'm just having to browse through the slides, and like just the general flow of it. There's because like I hadn't previously read the actual like transcript at the bottom. That's in the speaker's notes.
Yep.
Thing. There's just one bit that I feel like is a bit weird of the mentioning the fake thing. I feel like that's worth omitting, just so it's more of a surprise. And there's not really because part of where was it?
So it is. I mean, we're going to be putting it in the overview before we even start. I mean, we're going to before we go live on the day, there'll be a little itinerary thing. And there needs to be something for people to look forward to.
That I'm on. But the part about make sure you pay attention, there's not really anything that's going to be in between here and then that they have to pay attention to us. I feel like that's misleading them.
I say you're going to be giving them your little timeline overview. So that's something for them to pay attention to.
I don't know.
Okay, what would you change it to?
I don't know. I feel like just omitting it like I feel like you should allude to it because you have the test here. So maybe mention the nature of what the test is, but not necessarily like alluding to what the test is about. You know, like a pop quiz kind of thing.
This little thing here, lest you be unable to find the fake. I like how that flows. I'd like to keep that in, but
yeah,
how to do that without that line?
Yeah, I feel like the whole pay attention thing just feels misleading because there's not really anything in particular to pay attention to, and also there's a lot more in between here and now that's not related to it. So
how's that then? Maybe not in all caps. Stay on your toes. Something like that.
Yeah, I feel like that works because that gives a sense of like be prepared to. Yeah, like staying on your toes, like hints to like being prepared for something, and it's going to be like sudden things. So I feel like that actually fits really well. I like that. What else was there? There was something else I noticed in one of these. Was anything related to that? I can't think of what it is at the moment, but there was something else, but I'm sure I can look through that again later.
Okay.
But yeah, but basically, part of the reason why I wanted to look through these is to see like where my sections were and like to add my transcript things from the document into my any sections that I'll be speaking in.
Okay.
And like for starters, I'm just thinking how to start up. That's why I was on this link one, because it's just before the image AI, and I'm just wondering how I should like start off my whole timeline thing and how I actually want to like these descriptions. Also, they're too big. I'll just squish them down a bit so that way it's not
right. So basically, what we need is, now that we have a more solid idea of the running order, we need just little linky bits in between.
Yeah, and I just need to like do some slide design here. Hold on.
Okay, so for now, I'm going to say we'll help Hazy with that. I'm going to just pop to the bathroom for 2 minutes, and then I will either help with that as well if you need, or I will continue writing little tidbits for Find the Fake. All right. So I'll pop back in a couple minutes.
Speaking of, well, one of the slides of yours has it doesn't have the images yet, which is meant to be for hold on. That's apparently meant to have an image of the piano or something when you're describing the notes.
So that is when we're supposed to have the piano stream on screen, right? So this is streamed from my desktop. This would be
okay.
Yeah, so like, format wise, that slide shouldn't be shown, so it's not that important. Or if it is, then it's only going to be shown for a few seconds.
Okay, so it's more like a placeholder, like a precursor to the stream. Okay. I'd like to continue working on the actual designs for the timeline thing, like finding all the images that I have for each of these AI. Also, I'm still a bit torn because like between like I don't remember, like it was around Dali Mini, there was that Wumbo art that was mentioned in the last one. So I'm thinking maybe at the start I should do like some are omitted because there are just like over 20. Oh, I should actually include that. I'm pretty sure I've got a list somewhere that shows all of them. So I need like another slide showing like all of the different ones. So I'll focus on the main 8 that being listed. If you could maybe do some brainstorming as to how I can kind of begin this section, like if you understand the concept of me just explaining like how like image AI has like adapted over the years and has improved. So maybe just something like let's have a look at or like reflect on the past year and the changes.
What I'm thinking of is before we get in, so you would say something like, before we get into all of the specifics on how to use image AI and stuff, it's worth taking a look at how image AI has progressed and gotten to the point where it is now.
Yeah. If you can write up something like that while I gather images and work out layouts for this.
Okay. You want it in the slide notes?
The speaker notes, yeah. Because I'll be because now that I know that speaker notes actually exist, like I just found that out before. If I would have had to do less like back and forth between the main doc and this one. But yeah, just putting some brainstorms in there should be fine. I'd be able to revise it or just keep as is if I'm happy with it. But yeah, for now, I'm just trying to work
Alright.
out how I actually want to design these. Because I've got like a lot of different results and just certain things to cover. I'm just wondering how I should, like, this is meant to be like a simple overview as to how it's progressed, but I don't know how much I want to like complicate it. Like how many things should I point out about each one? Like, or should I just like leave it as a brief description and just focus on speaking most of the information rather than having all of it visually shown?
I feel like history-wise, a lot of people are going to have that much interest in it, so I wouldn't like mention too much about each.
Yeah.
That would be my recommendation.
All right, let's see. We'll leave that as transparent for now. So
People are more interested in like using the existing tools, at least from my standpoint.
Yeah. We'll do that as 8. This is going to be a bother. I need to. Oh, I didn't know you could just type straight into an object. Okay. Didn't know that. I need to bring up Inkscape or GIMP because apparently you can't select a color. There's not like an eyedropper thing, which is disappointing.
Eyedropper?
Yeah, like I want to make this circle color on my slide here the same as the line that's up because I've got a bit of a gradient happening with the timeline. I want to make the circles the same color. Hush, miss.
If you go to the part where it lets you select the color for the object, there should be like an eyedropper option.
And I'm back. I'm gonna write stuff for
Yeah,
find the
so
fake.
like
Yell
if
at
you
me
go
you
to
need
the
anything.
like part where you can select the border color, there's an eyedropper thing. It's like under custom, and that should let you like select a color from the screen, or maybe just the window. I'm not sure.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Yeah, check something. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. It might have been, I don't know, the wind or some rando knocking on the door softly and it bothered Toto and thing. How did you select the color there?
If you go to the part where you can select the color for the object, right? There should be an eyedropper option under custom.
An eyedropper? Doesn't appear to be. In custom?
Yeah, under custom.
There doesn't appear to be an eyedropper. There's only add custom color, which opens up a dialog, and there's no dropper in there.
Huh. I wonder if it's an OS thing then.
Possibly. Let me actually share my screen real quick just so you can see what I mean. Hold on, I've got another Jitsi thing open. Share screen number 1. Yep. So if I go to here and I am to go to border color.
Oh, that's interesting. It's not on yours.
Yeah, and
It's
if I
on
go
mine.
to there, there's only this dialog here. So if you could, hold on, that wait, is that the fill or is the border? I don't want to. Wait a second. Does it have an extra outline on it?
That's the border. The
Okay.
fill here is transparent. I think it's just a circle. So.
Okay. I just want the fill then, or the. That's confusing. Yeah, basically I want this to contain an image of like an example of the AI.
Right.
And I'm second guessing. But basically I wanted it to be like a circle that was filled with the yeah, sort of like that, but with the yellow being of the image. That's kind of the idea that I had with it, and then next to it I'd write like more information about it or like other examples it links to, and then at the top I do like sort of what I'm doing now of hold on, these speaker notes are messing with the zoom levels. 100%, there we are. So now I can actually what was I doing before? Right. I wanted to like briefly explain like having arrows down to like here. If I can do a straight line, shift, okay. Okay, that's a bit much. Okay, cool. So yeah. Hold on. I feel like the description here should be moved to the previous one, because this one here will be more so a description of the timeline and how it just like an overview. Like this is, I had something written for here, but I think I must have deleted it when I changed the slides. But this is basically, when was the date that I tested it? June 2021. That was just before last. Was that just before or after the last con? So on the 29th of June 2021. Oh, is my speaker coming through?
Yeah. Your mic's fine.
Okay, cool.
And I don't know whether it's before or after.
Pardon?
I don't know whether it's before or after.
Okay. Okay, we'll add text for that. Oh. Alignment center. let's bolden that a little so it's easier to see and make that a bit brighter. So like, no, that's not the right bright.
You said 2021.
Oh, right. Yeah. And I must still be waking up or some shit.
That's around the time of MLPCon 2021. So
Yeah. Hold on. Okay, that's the third color, so I want to keep it similar to that. Alternatively, these are too big. Squish that down. There we go. Oh, there were bullet points there before. Right, the music one that I've done. Has do you know if Gothic's done his music section fully yet?
I think he has. He was writing about the Bart text
yeah.
model that writes not the MIDI files, but the other thing.
Because I'm just thinking of thinking in advance. I still need to cover my parts of that in relation to like the different ones there with ancestral generation and whatnot. All right, that can be for there. Color that similarly. Mm-hmm. Just thinking maybe in a slide previous to this one, I do like a splash image of like oh fuck. There's like a whole bunch of different movies that are like making fun of the whole different timelines on like a big whiteboard with like all the various lines going all over the place. I think like Big Bang Theory has done it before, like a bunch of others, like showing the difference between like Terminator timeline and like Groundhog Day and stuff. I don't know, but maybe I won't bother with that. Actually, if I keep these low enough, I can keep these persistent throughout. That might look nicer. Yeah, okay. That solves that. That means less explaining that I have to do for each. I'm thinking of including only 3 image examples of sort of the early of each and then the late of each. Like, for example, this one here is using the latest Midjourney of Aurora Hughes. But she should be like the 3rd example, and I should dig up some earlier examples as to, because at the very beginning, Midjourney was abysmal when it comes to just horses in general, and especially cartoon ponies. So I feel like that's worth including. Put that down so I can minimize fiddling.
If you have sufficient examples and they're easy enough for you to find.
They should be easy enough for me to find because I've got like dozens. I just need to differentiate between them, which is going to be the only difficult part. Determining which AI I was using at the time and which, just based on its general appearance, which is more likely to be of that one. Like Novel AI is easy because it's got a very faded and like a very clear style to it. Whereas one like Midjourney is a bit more broad as well, but it's changed over the years. But like DALL-E Mini will be the easiest one to spot. DALL-E 2 also had a bit of its own style in a way. But yeah, but Stable Diffusion might be trickier. Just because of how open it was, similarly to Midjourney. Ashes will be easy to determine the 3 images for because of the varying versions. Speaking of, I think he's released V5 now.
Yes, he has.
Or at least he's completed it.
I mean, I've seen him posting some examples. I'm not amazed by it so far.
I think personally, it's I think it's a little lackluster, just from the results,
Has
but
he
also
released
because
V5?
like a lot of pardon.
Publicly?
I'm not sure. It definitely exists.
Has he released it publicly?
I don't know if it's public.
I don't see it on the Hugging Face, for what it's worth.
Let me check real quick.
I can say with confidence that it exists because he's posted examples of it in a few threads, but I can't say if it's publicly accessible.
V5, hold on. V5 is just finished training. Subscribers can already use it via the bot, and checkpoint will be available shortly to them. V5 will be available in the bot the next couple of days, with a public checkpoint release sometimes this month. Okay. So sometime towards the end of June, there'll be a public release of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's harder to tell how good it actually is just because most of the examples are either like anthro furry or anime stuff. And the pony ones there, like there are a lot of G5, which I don't really care too much about, so there's little to go off in their announcement. But yeah. I feel like, if anything, the latest one I can show is probably V4, but maybe I can show a material for the second image. But yeah, so I'm thinking if I can do something like that. Maybe not, because each of these lines will be different, and then it'll be in different
I feel like
directions.
that might confuse it with the rest of the timeline things.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking when it comes to these later ones, there's not enough room to go right again anymore. So I'm thinking maybe if I am to do that, I'd have to do like a smaller circle with an example and then kind of go vertical, like showing 3 examples. Yeah, and then I can
Another
kind
thing we could do is, instead of having the text go all the way across the screen, we could like constrain it to a certain part and then have the images on another part. So we can
yeah,
just
what
keep,
I'm
like, the bottom portion
thinking
for the
is
timeline.
like, for example, I don't need this. This is just a placeholder. I'll move this aside for now. I could have like little text boxes for each of these, so I can show like when version was and info about it.
Yeah.
And then have one for each. So like this will be for this one. And then we have another here. And like another here. It's just the idea I've got at the moment. Whoops, didn't do the thing. Something like that. Although I'm not too sold on it. Maybe if it was that instead. Yeah, that looks a little neater. Sent back. Yeah, if I keep this to short, I can have a long description on one side. Although, again, that's going to be an issue once it switches to the middle, because then there's not going to be as much room. I suppose the focus isn't exactly the ones. Besides, some didn't really develop past a certain point.
Do all of them have which ones have multiple versions?
Well, I wouldn't say versions exactly, but some have improved over time. But I suppose that is more versions. Like, for example, DALL-E Mini I don't think it's changed all that much or has new versions, but they did change their name to Crayon later on to minimize confusion between DALL-E 2. And DALL-E 2 has not changed like at all. It's just remained the same as far as I'm aware. It's pretty much like, hey, we've got this new tech, and then just like crickets, like just they abandoned it afterwards. Stable Diffusion has had like the most versions and like different because it's got fine tuning, but that's what's I'll cover later, just because the fine tuning actually sort of happened later. Like Stable Diffusion is where it kicked off, and then there were competitors, and well, technically Novel AI wasn't a competitor; it was more like a partner, because they effectively partnered with Stable Diffusion for a bit, and then they fine tuned their own specific furry and weeb edition, which is good at those things, but pretty much nothing else. Okay, well, let's say, for example, that I want to keep this short. Keep a little box at the top, at the bottom. How do I prevent the box from changing its own size? Fill fitting, do not auto fit, maybe. There we are. Okay. So I don't want it to auto fit just yet. I just want to copy that down so I can actually get a layout going. And see how that looks on these other ones. Whoops. Okay, that's sent to here. door there. Move that over. At which point do I want that to be swapped over? I suppose in the blank spaces that are developed, I could just put like a couple faded extra ones for each. It's just once it reaches a point where there's not enough room on the right for the descriptors, and I need to like switch it to the left like this. Vol, if you could change the colors of the boxes for each slide to suit the timeline bar that's coming up. Because yeah, like we discovered, I'm not able to do it on my system for some reason. Whether that's a Linux thing or a Firefox thing. Let's see. That's adjusted to the right. And then here, squish that down. Yeah, I'll resize these afterwards. Yeah. Yeah, and then at this point here is where the text will have to change to the other side because there's not enough room. Mm-hmm. Oh, cool. You can shift for fine clicking. Okay, sweet. There we are, an equal distance, so that'll be good. Although it'll only end up looking weird because it's misaligned. Like it's not aligned to the right.
Oh, hello, Gothic. Only just saw that you were there. Yeah, that doesn't look quite as bad as I was expecting it to. Although, maybe I should swap it after the fourth, so the text is on the left for the first four and the right on the last four.
Yeah, it might look less strange. Okay. Oops. Quick question. Do you think that these boxes should be ordered because the timeline denotes like when it was released? Should that mean that the bottom one should be version 1 and then above that should be the next ones, or should it be versions like downwards in a downwards order despite the timeline? Like one is stacked on the other.
I would say top to bottom.
Top to
That's
bottom.
medium order.
Yeah.
When version was info about, when version was info about. Okay, so these are just different
Yeah,
versions
those
of Midjourney. Yeah, you definitely should go
basically,
earliest at the top.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yep, so she's happy there at the bottom. Good mare. That leaves plenty of information on the open spaces I can add, or at least depending on the slide. Clip draw. Pretty sure there was only like one version of clip draw in a way. That's right. I was going to add another slide that's like between here and there. No, actually, I'll keep that as is. I'm pretty sure I wrote something on the matter. All right, let's see how many. I want to make sure all of these are actually individual models and not like the architecture it's for, because I know that like some run on PyTorch, but PyTorch itself isn't a generating model. Let's see, clip it, clip draw, Rudally. Mindally. OpenAI is the company. LA Ion is the data set, isn't it? Yeah. Was Glide another thing, another data set, or was that an actual image generator? Don't think I remember. Vol, would you know?
I don't know.
Okay. I'll have to look into that real quick.
Looks like a
Oh
model.
yeah. of course, there's style clip draw as well. What was that you said, Paul? Sorry.
Looks like a model. Just doing a Google search.
Okay, cool.
So
I'll add that in then. Glide. Disco centipede. Considering, man, it's funny to think how since like the like 2021 or like 2022, like all of these just exploded. So I'm thinking of just doing like a little explosive graphic in the middle, and maybe we could do just an AI generated explosion graphic and then add that to this whole slide and then have all of these flying out. But I want to like show that there's like so many that it's going to take forever to list through them all. So we'll just summarize the key ones that have been, well, at least ones that have been more notable in the thread. Which I'm pretty sure I'm not missing any out that's in the timeline. Like some of them were just a fad almost. Let's see here. What else have we got? Aha. Text to art. And then we've got, did anyone ever end up being able to get Imagen, which was one of Google's early ones, or did they like drop it? I think they ended up dropping it, didn't they? In place of something else. That's right. DALL-E Flow. Mini/crayon. Wombo art. Do you think that's enough to get the point across?
yeah.
Man, it's only been like a couple years and like just all of these developed from it. Oh, did I copy those twice? Whoopsie. Thanks for spotting that. Let's see, we'll put glide there. I'll reorganize this once I generate a graphic for it. Oh. Oops. Hope I didn't copy like a bunch. Let's see. Is there anything I'm missing? Let me quickly look through my Colab bookmarks for image generation. Text to art, style, glide. That's PyTorch, DALI, Disco, Crayon, Midjourney, like Ion, Mindali, Malavich. What's this? Is that just the name of the collab? It's for something else. What is this? Malavich. Oh, okay. Well, that's dead now, I suppose. Needs access. Okay, never mind about that then. Nope, I think that's all. Okay, let me generate some quick graphics. Explosion graphic, Toonie. Slide presentation. Aspect ratio. 69 would be the ratio of these slides, yeah?
16:9? Yeah, I think so.
Cool. I'll generate a bunch.
Actually, we can probably check that. You've got the measuring things on the top. Is that 26:14, which is 13:7?
Sorry, I was typing in a couple various prompts, so I like to do different ones so that way it changes and gets a decent result. You said a measuring tape?
If you wanted to find the ratio of the aspect ratio of the slides, you've got the measures at the top, running along the top and bottom.
Oh, I see. It goes to like 26 and 15.
It's not quite clear exactly, but
yeah.
I don't think that quite comes out to 16:9. I just ran a few things on my calculator.
By the way, am I still sharing my screen on the Pixie?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Okay, cool.
That
way I can actually show
I've noticed
some of the things I'm generating.
So find the fake. There are 13 rounds. Do we want to have an odd number? What are you trying to demonstrate?
Basically, I want to have like an explosion graphic as for the slide, but a whole bunch of the different words coming out just so I can show, like, you know, since its inception, image generation has exploded. And
top left, I would say.
Top left, yeah, I like that one too. I've generated quite a few here, but I feel like that's one of the more pretty looking ones.
So, I was just saying, we've got a total of 13 rounds in Find the Fake. Don't know if that's a bit of an odd number, but I'm considering putting a round counter in the bottom just to let people know how many.
I think we should do an extra 2 just because 15. Like if we say 15 enough times, we'll summon it like Beetlejuice. Like if you say 15 enough times, will it be like Beetlejuice and bring the site back or some shit? 15 and a half, 15 and a half, 15 and a half.
13 is definitely
look at that. Slots nicely, although it has this weird little outline lip, at least on the preview. Does that show in the slide? It does a little bit. I need to scale it up just a tad. It's just ever so slightly off, it seems.
Maybe I'll just keep it at 13, and then if anyone asks why they're 13, I'll just say, yeah, it just seemed like a nice round number.
Okay, let's see here. feel like I should dull it though. Adjustments, opacity, something like that. Oop, nope, didn't mean to press that. Yeah, and I'll move that to the back. And then I just want to angle all of these so they look like they're flying out. Don't want to angle some of them too much though, so that way they're still legible. Maybe I'll put that one here. Oh, no, I want to grab that one. Thank you. And so many of them are using clip as their basis. We might have too many on the right side. Let's shift a couple over. We'll move mid-journey over here. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be too finicky about this and say like, oh, mid-journey was later, so that means it has to be further from the explosion or like closer to it. Let's see, we'll angle that here. Yeah, that Dali Mini could probably go like here or something. There. Actually, maybe we'll move that out a bit so that way there's less empty space here. Maybe move this in a bit, and maybe that should be on the right side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. No, that should stay on that side just so it's an even number. Let's see how that looks in the slide. Yep. Maybe we should make those brighter.
I think you've masked it a bit too much. It's a bit too dark.
Hold on. If I were to do that like fully, you can't quite see the text.
Mm-hmm.
Do that as 20. Yeah, I want the text to be brighter, but I don't want the background selected. There we are. Now I can change the actual color. Add a drop shadow. Vol, were you the one that was adding the shadows to the text?
No, I wasn't doing that.
Right.
No, I did some of that.
If you could quickly do that to be consistent on the slide I'm currently at, Clipper, just so that way it's sort of consistent with the rest of the slides. Just and I'll start writing a little
It's already got it though.
thing for here.
So it has got it, but I don't think it's going to be as obvious with the masking that you've done behind it.
No, it still gives it a little bit more depth. So that's good. It's just they needed to like stand out a bit more from the background, and I didn't want it to be too, because the full color of the explosion is a bit saturated, so I didn't want to burn any eyes out, especially this early in the presentation. All right. Hold on, if I were to duplicate that. All right, so min dali, we did do style clip or glide or disco centipede. If you can, no one accessed Imogen. Clip it. So Dali Mini. We won't be focusing on one, but art, root Dali, text art. Hold on a second. Shouldn't there be more? So I've got clip draw, Dali Mini, Dali 2. Did I not add Dali 2? No, I forgot it. Oops. So put that there for now. Delete this. And I'll just add it here. Come on, stop snapping. There we are. Dali 2, stable diffusion. Oh, of course, I should add the custom ones based off it. Maybe not, because it's fine-tuned off it. It's still based on it, so I'll just do those for now. Cool. Duplicate. Remove that text and remove that text. No, I don't like that. Adjust these so that way they're a bit more nice looking. I just realized I was muted the whole time. I was just looking at this. Thankfully, I wasn't speaking for too long. I feel like this slide is a little blank. I'm just wondering, because I know that the focus is the timeline, and that's what I'm talking about in my speaker notes. I'm just thinking if there's something I could add here to make it feel like less blank.
I think it's possible that you could just start on with the first slide
Yeah.
and just start talking about it like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think you need to
Move on
start
to
with
the
the
first slide of
blank
the
one.
content and just explain the format there.
And even if you were to use this, it's only going to be blank, I'm sure, for a relatively short time, so I really don't think it's that big a deal.
Okay. Yeah, because I kind of want to like establish this whole thing first and then kind of go into each one. So we go Clip Draw, DALL-E Mini, DALL-E 2, Stable Diffusion, Novel AI, Midjourney, Ash's Pony's AI. I think they called it Pony Diffusion, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'll mention who made it after, like or in the thing. And then it's refinement over time. Pony Soup. So Clipper, does it go straight from my timeline into the guessing game?
I need to work that out.
Yeah, I'm just thinking how to transition, like wondering how to end my thing.
So now that you've seen many examples, let's put your... Oh, actually, no. I interject with, but wait, there's more. Okay, let's sort this out, shall we?
Because I think like going through the list of like how it's progressed, and it's like, you know, now it's getting to this point. Let's see do a test to see how well you can tell.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep in mind that that unlike the rest of the scripts, the one for at least the intro to find the fake is a bit more rigid if we're gonna have Pinky.
Yeah, it also doesn't help
this.
that we've kind of shuffled everything around.
Yeah, because I was expecting this to be one of the last things.
Yeah. But I feel like with
okay,
this
you can
showing
say you can say, okay, that's the end of my timeline, and then I can interject. But wait, there's more.
Yeah, pacing wise, it's pretty abrupt no matter like what you do. So
I feel I kind of like the whole wording of that, but that suggests that I'm no longer a panelist. Like that's the end of my timeline. Like that's no more AC for the panel. Like I don't know. I feel like we need to workshop that.
Right, where's your current?
You could do that.
Where's your what does the script say currently for you? Like, where are you at?
I don't.
Or do you even
have one written for the timeline? But so far, I've written. Before we get into, hold on, was this revised? Nitty gritty of how the image tools. Okay, I don't. Did one of you revise that?
Revise.
I think I had something else.
That's what I
there.
put in here. Just
okay. Oh right, that's right. Because I asked you to write an intro thing for me. That's right. So yeah. So before we get into thing of AI tools, getting where we are, here's a brief history, and then I did. It's only been a couple of years since the idea of AI generated imagery was commonplace, and there's been an explosive amount of various offshoots of the concept. So many so that, in fact, if I were to explain them all, we wouldn't have time for anything else. So let's focus on the more dominant outliers, most of which are more prominent in the thread and useful for mere-related productions. Let's start with a simple timeline beginning from June 2021. So not long ago, hold on. So let's start with a simple timeline beginning from June 2021. So not so long ago, when image generation was first in its infancy. Okay, that should be full stop. All the way up to present day, or right now, which looks nice
from the beginning of June 2021. Maybe a note that was about the same time as last year's panel.
Yeah. It's just confusing me because this one is 2020. This panel is in 2023, so wouldn't 2022 be the last year's one?
Yeah, that would be the
Oh,
20.
right. Yeah, sorry, I missed that. Okay, never mind then. Ignore me. Okay.
Let's start with a simple. Okay, that should actually be a full stop there. Let's start with a simple timeline beginning from June 2021, so not long ago when
2021,
hold
not
on.
21st. That makes it sound like it's a day.
Did I say 21st?
Yes. Said 2021.
I must have. I accidentally read it, miswrote it as June 21st, and I think I've got that residual mistake still stuck in my head. Beginning from June 2021, when the AI image generation was first in its infancy. Actually, now that I've rewritten that, that should be continual, and that should be. So yeah, let's start with a simple timeline beginning from June 2021, when AI image generation was first in its infancy, all the way up to present day, or right now, which looked nicer in the graphic. And then I can kind of, I'm not sure if I should like continue on to that or like jump straight into it.
You can jump straight into it, I guess. What's the next slide say? Oh, you haven't said
the next slide is about clip draw, and I'm still working on the overall like design of it, but generally I want like information on the right and more info about the specific versions or just a couple of examples.
Yeah.
Like these aren't necessarily going to be showing the versions unless there is a change, but otherwise each of these, like, they all deserve like the same amount of examples. So even though clip draw was just a singular concept and no changes as far as I'm aware, like there's a couple other offshoots. Like if we go back to the explosion, we have clip it, which I think is based off of clip, and clip draw was the first iteration that like was made aware in the thread. And then there's style clip draw, which is clip draw, but by using style as like a controller. So it's using style GAN in tandem with clip draw. So it's a different thing, not quite. Yeah, so it's a bit loopy when it comes to how these things fit in, because like it's just an explosive mess. Like speaking of mess, this is the spaghetti one. So I'm wondering if I should like generate like a little image of like a mayor making a spaghetti picture. Like, you know how at school you have the little spaghetti things and you glue it. Oh, you're dropped spaghetti. Yes. I like that. Beginning with the messiest mayor imagery, we have all the first mayors made of all your dropped spaghetti. I'll mute the mic so I'm not deafening his. I just realized I was still muted. I was just going to say, Clipper, do we still have the slide document available for last year's panel so I can nab the
Yeah.
clip draw, like the one of Luna and the Lemons one maybe? Because I definitely like to include one of the earlier ones that I've made before. I think I did share. Hold on. But in the other two, I should do like some other ones that were a bit more refined. Should I include that somewhere on the slide? I think I should.
Sorry, I'm not looking right now. I'm getting.
Should I shape that? Am I able to shape that?
Should be this one. Were you watching the panel last year, Hazy?
I ended up falling asleep partway through it because I was like, oh, what was I? I was up for like 18 hours or something. And I don't remember when it was. I think it was, I don't even remember. But it was disappointing because I got in a bit of a panic because the panel was announced. Not the panel, the next redub was announced, and I wasn't able to nab the one I already planned for. I had to like negotiate to get that, but I don't even remember what was going on at the time. But I ended up being like super busy and having to do other things, and was only able to catch part of the panel before I just passed out.
I can reveal that we are one slide short of being double the slides of last year.
Huh. Okay. Neat.
352 to be double last year, which was 176.
Whew.
Though it's a little misleading because a lot of those slides are just animations or transient little transition things.
Yeah. Vol, if you can, please change the border of this wrapped up thing here.
How would you like it
preferably to match these. So, because it's a part of the same timeline, so I want to keep effectively any borders of any related images to be the same of the same color as the timeline. So, yeah.
Find the fake takes up a lot of slides actually, especially the little opener thing.
So we're still going to keep that as 13, yeah?
I think so, yeah. Not unless well, can you find me a particularly good image that's different from what we've got so far? Or suggest an idea for some stuff to go and generate?
I feel like the best way to go about it would be to look for a real image first and then see if we can replicate that using AI.
Okay.
So I feel like just have a gander at like some like good, like either maybe real art that an artist has generated or like something photography related.
Rather it be actual art from the group. Let's go. Let's try and find some recent good art.
Okay, beginning with the mess yesterday. Imagery with. This is not the very first mention in this thread. And I'm going to do the GIFs for this one to show the progressive worminess. Although a lot of these are saved as WebMs and not animated GIFs.
I'm just browsing through the Bureau on my other monitor. I'm not finding anything that stands out at me. I'm looking for something interesting, something we haven't done yet.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Is a duplicate maze? It looks like there is.
Yes, there are.
How do I
Refresh the page, maybe.
I sort of did because my Firefox crashed. See if I'll try that. Still double maze?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
For some reason, it still thinks my screen is being shared. Oh wait, no, never mind. I did the wrong thing. Okay, cool. Because yeah, I can't stop the camera because there's no camera connected. Cool. That's right. Sorry, I've got these things switched over. I tried to drag an image into thing and it didn't like it. Pisses me off. Do we have the last planning doc or like the last document for the last panel?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Yeah, because I'd like to view it so that way I don't like repeat any images potentially, just so that way there's a bit more like new stuff to add that wasn't included previously. I've got a nice scented candle.
Do you want
going.
the final script or the planning document?
The whole document that was like showing what was shown in this, just like the whole slides, just so I can see what has been included and what hasn't.
You mean the slideshow?
Yes, please.
That's what this link is here.
Oh right. My things had to refresh because Firefox crashed. I'll also bookmark this for future reference. I'll do that in resources. Wow, this is very brightly themed. Is this the right one? I'm looking for the 2022 one, not 2021.
Is it?
This one's the 2021 one.
Is it?
Yeah, it says at the top. I don't actually even think I was on board.
I don't know how that
during
happened.
this one, so I might have a look at this at a later time.
I must have just clicked the wrong one. Right. There you go. That next one.
Okay, it didn't do a thing. Yeah, well, I'll save that in resources. Yep, that looks more like it. Where did we do clip draw?
Slide 60-ish.
Image AI. We did Wumbo, DALL-E Mini. Here we are. Okay, so we've already done Rainbow Dash in the Tree and Pinky Above the Clouds. A couple of those. Oh yeah, that reminds me, just so I don't exclude that, I should also do StyleGAN. That way if someone says, oh, you didn't do this pony does not exist, and that way I can be like, oh, I did, StyleGAN, because that's what it runs on. At least I'm pretty sure.
Struggling a little bit with writing here. Leave that.
Okay, that looks good there. I'll add that there. Change the color to suit. There we are. Okay. Yeah, I still feel like I want to include that Pinky Over the Clouds one just because it turned out so good. Just the looming form of Pinky is just.
I mean, I think it's okay to include images from previous presentations.
Yeah, I just don't want to include too many, you know.
Yeah, one is fine.
Did that one get ignored? Okay. I don't think I've ended up getting to test that. Maybe it's because there was nothing to really test it with. Someone mentioned an AI called CogView around the time that ClipDraw was done, so I guess it might have gotten ignored or something. Or just like. See, when actually was the earliest? I love how the first example of the first examples of clip draw, the first one that another anon did, the prompt was sex with Fluttershy. As the very first one. I'll need to convert that into a GIF. MP4 to a GIF. Okay, good. I'm glad the cropping works with that too. Okay, I'll actually need to re-edit that one so it's loopable and not cut off, because otherwise that'll mess with the things. I want all of these to be animated.
Semi-solids. Okay. Are these going to be bouncy ones?
Semi-solids?
Oh, okay. Somewhere, some lines are solid, some aren't. Okay. Oh, okay. So only the vertical lines are solid and the horizontal ones aren't.
That's cool. Yeah, just looking at the strain now, that's pretty cool. Is this just for like a regular game or like a man-related game? Okay, and that should be the same amount. Oh, I better insert it that way. I should do it longer than that. Should it was the third? What was the latest one that was done? I think it was only tested for like one thread. There's not many GIFs of it. What are you? Not interested. Did she end up even getting a name? I think she did.
Shilling it in the wrong place, I have no sway over any of that, but it's a fun acronym, I guess.
How's this slide seemed so far? I feel like this is kind of the overall layout I'm thinking of going for the rest of them.
This is fine.
And about
that's all
about
good.
as much speaking time I'd want to do for each one of these.
Oh, once. Alright, you want to read that out?
Yeah, beginning with the messiest of the AI. Hold on. I need to actually extinguish this candle because it's making it hard to read. Beginning with the messiest of the AI imagery, the first AI mares are made of all your dropped spaghetti. Welcome to Clip Draw. This was one of the first mentioned in the thread, or at least since I dropped. Hold on. This was one of the first mentioned in the thread, or at least since I hopped on board, that took off and sparked many various testings, some of which you may remember from the previous panel back in 2022. Which only, while it only lasted a thread or two, actually, I should actually move that there so I know there's more space. While it only lasted a thread or two, it showed great mare potential and resulted in many of them, including the, and I quote, best pony from My Little Pony. Well, that certainly is a pony.
Which I presume you're talking about the one on the right, but
Yeah.
maybe you want to include the prompt just underneath that so it's 100% clear which one you're referring to.
I could maybe shorten that and do it above just so it's a bit more.
Alternatively, you could say that the picture's in the bottom right in the.
Or you could make that one appear just as you say the best. Actually, no. Then people would have very little time to look at it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Would you guess that this? By such high.
Low and high, high and low. I like the little kick she does in that scene with the little pout face. Going high, high and low, pout and kick. I need to rewatch that again. Anyways. There we are.
Oh, my window wide open, and yet. I mean, it's cool outside now, but it's death in here. Window wide open, and it just refuses to cool down. Right, I found a silhouette horse at sunset, which I think is comparable to this picture that I've wanted to use for the longest time.
Okay. Nice. The only thing that'd be an issue is the writing on the bottom right.
That'll be cut off. I've deliberately
cool.
positioned that so it's not on the screen.
Excellent.
And then I just put that on its own on the next slide. Just because I want to say, hey, look at this. Would you have looked at this and said, that's AI? Honestly, mate, I would love that. Right about now. I hate the heat. Can hate it.
I just look at the sun and think, nah, Naguenya.
Maybe I need to get a fan or something for this room just to blow the cool air in from outside, because this is ridiculous.
Is there not a lot of wind? Or like is your room positioned at a direction opposite to where the wind is coming from?
There's not a lot of wind right now, but it's cool outside now. Fairly so. Like, relatively speaking. Like if I stick my head out the window, it's perfectly fine. But as soon as I come and sit back on my desk, I'm dying again.
Got it.
And my desk is like 2 steps away from my window, so...
Yeah, just to make it easy, I'm just going to screenshot these. That way I have less text there and I can show more examples as well. Insert image to images. Ah, fuck. Uh-oh. Did I mess that up? No, okay. I thought I accidentally uploaded all of my pony animation stills. That would have taken a bit. All right, let's make that outliner green. That outliner red. Make that different green. Oh yeah, I forgot Dali Mini was actually able to do some real horses.
Yeah, that looks good. Not too much detail lost.
I can't stop laughing at that word. I've just recently saw a joke about the word catalyst.
Joke
And now
about
I can't.
catalyst. Okay. That's
Yeah, like you know, a catalyst walks into a bar and the bartender says to the catalyst, "Hey, we don't serve your kind anymore. Last time you were in here, you started something."
okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't think
Well,
it's that
it was,
funny, but it's good.
yeah, the delivery of the original one was better, but it was something along the lines of that.
Right. I think I've mostly finished writing for Find the Fake. There's just a few more bits that I'm still not sure about. And could use
Okay,
some.
hold on. I'll let me just finish up this real quick and I'll have a look at it. I'm curious to see what new ones are added.
There's only one new one, that being the horse silhouette, but I've added a bunch. What I've added is a bunch of text to introduce each picture and some additional bits depending on whether you get the answer right or wrong.
Right. Oh shit! That reminds me. I need to still do the Borg audio for that part.
Yes.
I've still got the thing here, and I've got most of the thing here. Yeah, I need to rewrite that first part. Basically, like the normal thing is like you will be assimilated, but I was thinking of rewriting the first line to be "we will be stimulated."
Okay.
I feel like that works better and has a better flow to it. I just need to reiterate that. Anyways, let's jump to your thing. Oh no, you're on
Actually, I can.
a different thing.
I'll stream for you one sec. Or at least I will when my computer unfucks itself. I don't need to share audio for this. Right. So this is the last slide from you.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and from there we go. But wait, there's more. Something that the live PPP panels have been promising, well, threatening, actually, for a long time. Something that we need your full attention for, so, just for a few minutes, I need you to all stop jacking off, close the image guru, and put the PPP panel back on your main monitor. Come on, Anon, we haven't got all day. Okay, good. Thanks, Anon. And, I promise I won't tell anyone what was just on your screen. Now, I suppose you're all wondering why I've insisted you pay full attention right now. For fun? No, just the opposite, actually. Anons, you've been brought here to take a test. Don't worry, it's a simple test, about as simple as they come, and whoever passes gets to stay. Curtain, please. The test will be Find the Fake. Now, the premise of this test is simple. Image AI has become much more widespread in the previous year, and we're now at a point where people are routinely fooled all over the internet by fake pictures. Perhaps you're familiar with this fake image of the Pope that was doing the rounds recently, apparently enacting the new 11th commandment, "Thou shalt drip or die." But surely you won't be fooled, right? The fine anons of /MLP are, of course, a cut above the normies, and you've all been witnessing AI develop right before your very eyes. So it should be easy for you to spot the deceitful AI masquerading as a genuine soulful artist, right? Well, we'll see. Here are the rules. I'm going to show you a series of images, 2 at a time. Out of each pair, one is a real picture drawn by a real artist, or photographed with an actual camera, and the other is AI generated. All you need to do is identify the fake, and there'll be a SciTube poll for you to cast your judgment. The polls will only be open for 30 seconds, so don't dilly-dally on your votes. And, just to be clear, there are no tricks here. None of the AI pictures have been edited to remove artifacts and imperfections, and there will always be one real and one fake image. I'm not going to pull a, "haha, they were both fake," or anything like that on you. Alright, good luck, Adons. Here is your first image pair. It should be round 1 out of 14, by the way, I haven't updated that.
Yeah.
We'll start off with an easier one, that being a photograph of the world record of the highest jump by a horse. But one of these is trying to deceive you and claim the record with a fake photo. Which of these photos is fake? And if they get it right, congratulations, Anons! You've managed to put together your few remaining brain cells to successfully deduce that a horse jumping all the way up to the stratosphere is somewhat unrealistic. Or at least it'll remain that way until Rainbow Dash finds her way here. With that comes a useful tip for spotting fake images. Use your goddamn brains. AI can draw basically anything, including the nonsensical. So if it looks too good to be true, then it probably is. If they get it wrong, wow, that rather dashed my hopes for the rest of this test. Apparently you lot think this horse has been infused with the power of Rainbow Dash, and that jumping all the way up to the stratosphere is a reasonable thing for him to be able to do. With that comes a useful tip for spotting fake images. Use your goddamn brains. AI can draw basically anything, including the nonsensical. So if it looks too good to be true, then it probably is. And for anyone curious, according to Wikipedia, the source of the real photo, the world record for the highest jump of a horse is 2.47 meters, set on the 5th of February 1949 by a horse named Huaso. A record that, somewhat surprisingly, remains unbroken for nearly 75 years. Oh yeah, I forgot to include the mayor and changeling. I'll remember that
I have a suggestion.
Mhm.
You know how you did the round 1 of thing?
Yeah.
I feel like even though it's going to add more slides, I feel like that'd be a good sort of buffer placeholder, so that way it's easier for us to set up the poll for each of the images.
So the way I envision this happening is that you or whoever else is managing the polls, it won't be me, that's just too much for me to do. Whoever's doing this will watch the SciTube poll in real time on their machine and see when the pictures actually come up, because what you see will be the same as everyone else in the chat room. So if I'm streaming live to you on Jitsi, you'll see them before everyone in the chat. So you'll be watching the stream in SciTube, and as soon as the images pop up on the screen, you will fire off the poll. So basically, from the moment Anons first see the pictures, they then have 30 seconds to do their votes.
Yeah.
Right then, on to the next image pair. And sticking with the theme of horses, here are 2 cute snoofers. But wait, hold up, wait a second. Something ain't right. One of these snoofers is one that you can't share breath with, or it was generated by an AI. Which of these is the fake snoofer?
I love how the wrinkles on the nose is very similar to each of them, and they've got similar markings, so this is like the perfect pair for it.
And if they get it right, I see that most of you have upheld your reputation as the prime snoofer connoisseurs. Or maybe you simply noticed that the fence in the background is weirdly curved, or that this snoofer appears to be missing the rest of the horse. So there's another tip for spotting fake images. The AI may end up focusing so much on the one main thing it was asked to do that it forgot to make sure the rest of the image made sense. Now, one thing I can do for this is that I can have a laser pointer.
Have you noticed the little broken fence poles that are at the bottom?
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything, I don't think. I mean, that's
like
somewhat plausible.
Just loose fences that are just scattered about.
And if they get it wrong...
This AI mare has ran over gates and knocked over fences.
And as a result, the rest of her body is now missing. Yeah. Well, that's disappointing. It appears that many of you, unfortunately, are not the prime snoofer connoisseurs you were made out to be. Or maybe you somehow failed to notice the weirdly curved fence in the background, or even the fact that the snoofer appears to be missing the rest of the horse. So there's another tip for spotting fake images. The AI may end up focusing so much on the one main thing it was asked to do that it forgot to make sure the rest of the image made sense. Now then, on to some drawings. 2 cute robo-mares, but one of them isn't a real mare. Well, okay, technically both of them aren't real mares since they're robots, but you know what I mean. Which of these robots was drawn by a robot? Well done, Anons, you found the fake. The main giveaways with the fake on the left were likely that the eyes and the mouth look rather off. The blurriness down the bottom is also an odd artistic choice that probably isn't used too often. And another more subtle clue can be found on the eye of the real mare. Well, the real robo-mare. See the word memory there? Image AIs aren't trained on text, so they'll almost always fail at drawing coherent words.
I feel like that's inaccurate. I feel like they are still trained on words, they just don't know how to read.
They're not told what a word is. They just see pictures of letters, and eventually they learn to draw them, but they don't have an understanding of what letters go together.
Yeah, maybe you should say that AI doesn't know how to read, or something along those lines. Because I feel like it saying that they're not trained on words is somewhat inaccurate. So
they're not trained on text data
to reflect it.
Yeah, that's fine. Right.
Or trained on understanding text data. Like it doesn't.
Aren't trained to understand text data.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be more accurate.
And if they get it wrong...
Because while it is trained on image text data, like understanding it is a whole different thing entirely.
Okay. If they get it wrong, the robo-mares are already too powerful, but they have fooled you. The main giveaways with the fake on the left were that the eyes and the mouth look rather off. The blurriness down the bottom is also an odd artistic choice that probably isn't used too often. And another more subtle clue can be found under the eye of the real robo-mare on the right. See the word memory here? Image AIs aren't trained to understand text data, so they'll almost always fail at drawing coherent words. Okay then, time for some more drawings. Make a wish, Anon, because it's your birthday. And Ponyville's premier party pony has thrown a big birthiversary bash just for you. But don't be so easily fooled. One of these pinkies is a phony pony. Can you spot the imposter, Anon? Some of these I've moved as I was messing around with them. They'll be put back properly. Later on. They get it right. Ah, you found her. I guess Pinky will have to step up her game when you play this again. So what's the main giveaway here? Perhaps the eyes lacking black pupils, instead of being varying shades of blue circles, though, to be fair, the eyes of the real Ponk also seem a little, off. Just because it was drawn by a human doesn't mean it isn't subject to somewhat odd artistic choices. The fake Ponk also seems to have a bit too much mane behind her. Compare also the details of... Oh, hang on, I was going to say compare the details of the real cake with the fake cake, but the real cake is cut off. Okay, never mind then.
You could say about the balloon in the background towards the bee, if you notice that this balloon has multiple end ties of different colours.
Okay, yeah.
Or something along those lines. Like, there's always something in the scene that you can be like, that's odd. And the shape of her ear is a little strange too. Like the edge of her, like the top edge of her ear kind of loops down to touch the like bottom bit of her inner ear.
It appears Pinky has fooled you. Better luck next time, Anon. Maybe the somewhat odd-looking eyes of the real Pinky threw you off. Just because it was drawn by a human doesn't mean it isn't subject to some somewhat odd artistic choices. Other ways to spot the fake could have been that the eyes lack black pupils, instead being varying shades of blue circles. The fake Ponk also seems to have just a bit too much mane behind her. Notice also that this balloon has 2 tie-offs. Okay then, let's switch back to some photos. Earlier today, I was stalking your waifu and took a picture of her taking a bath. Now, I was going to put this into my personal wank bank for later, but I thought it would actually be better to bring it to you for evaluation for entry to the Navy SEALs. But one of these mares is trying to get in under false pretenses. Can you spot the suspicious pseudo-splishy splasher? Right, keen eye, Anons. You'd make for good Navy SEALs recruiters. Or bathroom stalkers. I think the AI actually did quite a good job with the horse here. Looks pretty realistic. The main giveaway was likely the splashing water. Doesn't look quite like it's moving the way we'd expect if the horse was rushing forwards. Also, a lack of isolated water drops splashing around contributes to it looking wrong. If not for those water oddities, I put it to you that this one would have been a fair bit harder. Another tip then for spotting fake images: while the AI has seen pictures of physics in action, it lacks the understanding to draw the fine details correctly. Oh yeah, and if they get it wrong, this fake mare really should be recruited into the Navy SEALs, considering her camouflage skills were strong enough to fool you. Perhaps you focus too much on trying to find the flaws with the mare herself, rather than the water around her. It isn't really moving in the way we'd expect if the horse was rushing forwards. Also, a lack of isolated water drops splashing around contributes to it looking wrong. So, another tip then for spotting fake images: while the AI has seen plenty of pictures of physics in action, it lacks the understanding to draw the fine details correctly. Right, let's do another photo. So when I were a wee lad, I loved to dawdle about the Scottish Highlands, and I'd often meet 3 beautiful lassies grazing out in the fields. But something sinister is afoot, for someone out there is trying to pretend like they went on a quest and found the same beauties of my childhood. So, which of these is pulling the other one? Aye, you got it. You's lot's got a keen eye, spotting that the mincer had a lot of blur in the background, trying to cover up the deformed legs of the poor brown mare. You gone
pointed.
What was that, sorry?
You pointed at the wrong leg.
This leg? No, this
That one
leg.
isn't covered up. Her front left leg is the one covered by moss.
I'm saying the blur is trying to cover up. Spotting that the mincer had a lot of blur to it in the background, trying to cover up the deformed legs of the poor brown mare.
Right. Okay, I get you.
And if they get it wrong, Ah, you're gonna make her like shit kind of that, haven't you? You can't spot the dafty blur of the background, trying to cover up the deformed legs of the poor brown mare. You lot of utter bloody munces. Alright, I think my brain's gonna fall out if I try and keep that up. So I'll just have a sip of some good old scrumpy and move on to the next. Right, so I think so far, many of these have been fairly easy. So let's up the ante a bit with some paintings.
I like that. That how they've been fairly easy. I like that.
I think they have. But this is where things start to get a bit more difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, from here on out, I think you'll agree that the difficulty curve starts to ramp up a bit. As the premier appreciators of fine mare art, you Anons have been selected to vet the latest submissions for Ponyville's art gallery. But be careful. Word on the street is that Flim and Flam have snuck in a fake painting, drawn by the Easy Peasy Pony Painty 4000. Can the AI fool you with its digital paintbrush? Okay. Curses. Foiled again. Was it the eyes? Yeah, it was probably the eyes. Or maybe the horn, and how it isn't really quite straight. Well, in either case, Flim and Flam aren't going to give up that easily. So let's fire up the new and improved Easy Peasy Pony Painty 5000. I also have, if they get it wrong, Granny Smith would be sorry.
So it's a lower version? You made it a lower version?
Yes. So we have 3 paintings in a row, and I'm purporting that they're all done by Flim and Flam. If they're wrong, Granny Smith would be very disappointed in you, Anons. Clearly her rhetoric about quality and care wasn't strong enough to allow you to find the fake. Perhaps the lower neck of the real picture threw you off a bit? Doesn't really look like it connects to anything. But the real giveaway in the fake is with the pupils of the eyes and the wonkiness of the horn. Keep those in mind when assessing future suspected fakes. Well, fortunately for you Anons, Flim and Flam are feeling gracious enough to give you another shot, with the new and improved Easy Peasy Pony Painty 5000. And then regardless of whether I got that right or wrong, the next part is the same. Here are some horses being led to water. But will they drink? Well, we'll never know since these are just still images, but you can come up with your own headcanons if you want, after you find the fake. These ones don't have mares and changelings yet, so just pretend. This one's the fake. Mm-hmm. So, good job, Anons, you found the fake. Now, I think this one was actually quite difficult, as the usual tells of weird eyes, wonky horns, and bad anatomy aren't really present here. It even managed to do a plausible reflection in the pond, which I was quite impressed with when I first saw this image. The only real clue I could find about this one is that the hindquarters of the grey horse are a little bit off. It needs to be a bit rounder at the rear, though that may be just my personal preference talking.
Another way you can tell is that if you look at the water surface, it's got these lines that look like oil almost. See those like yellow lines?
Yeah, kind of.
I think those are plausible.
Though,
Gothic
again,
points out that the leg has emerged.
So, I mean, this green bit here can plausibly be this.
Yeah.
Though I will say this line here is a little sus.
Okay.
The leg has merged. I think I can, if you look closely, I think you can make out a distinct hoof here and a distinct hoof there. They're different colors. But, yeah, it's... If you look at it that way, it can be.
I suppose if you consider that the rear horse's hoof is over the brown horse's hoof, the brown horse's tail is over the leg of the right mare.
Yeah, I would consider that the brown mare is entirely in front of the grey one.
Okay. Yeah. So it just shows how good this is. Just how difficult it is to tell. Like, there's not much wrong with this one.
So if they get it wrong, Looks like this one tripped most of you up, and I'm not too surprised. I think this one was actually quite difficult, as the usual tells of weird eyes, wonky horns, and bad anatomy aren't really present here. It even managed to do a plausible reflection in the pond, which I was quite impressed with when I first saw this image. The only real clue I could find about this one was the hindquarters of the grey horse. It's a bit off. Needs to be a bit rounder at the rear, though. That may just be my personal preference talking.
Just thinking, do we need to increase the image size of A so we don't have the watermark at the bottom left, the D Dusky?
Yeah, I can mess with that a little bit. It's not hard. So I need my speaker notes.
Does that mess with the quality much, or?
No. I think we're right.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Right then, one more painting round before we move on to another category. Let's give Flim and Flam one more chance, with the easy peasy pony painty 6000. Right. If they're right, clearly the legends are true. No more fake paintings are making it into the Ponyville Art Gallery, all thanks to you, Anons. This one, I think, was also very, very difficult, as the somewhat odd shape of Luna's horn... Oh, my mouse is lagging. Why is it lagging so horribly? So the somewhat odd shape of Luna's horn and the... fucking hell. This one, I think, was also very difficult, as the somewhat odd shape of Luna's horn and her fur texture could have been quite an effective red herring. There are also many obvious... there also aren't many obvious flaws with the fake. A somewhat odd-looking yellow highlight above her eye and a few odd orange dots are pretty much the only parts that look wrong to me. Okay. And if they get it wrong, if they already got one wrong before, with the paintings I say one more slips through. If this is the first one they've got wrong, I say one slips through. And with that, one more slips through the cracks. This one, I think, was also very difficult, as the somewhat odd shape of Luna's horn and her fur texture could have been quite an effective red herring. There also aren't many obvious flaws with the fake. This somewhat odd-looking yellow line above her eye and these orange dots are pretty much the only things that look wrong at all to me. Right. Just a few more to go now. Don't get complacent. We are the mares. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. You Anons will adapt to pleasure us. Resistance is futile. Determining the fake is irrelevant. You will comply. And so you managed to fend off the inevitable. For now. I was actually quite impressed with the fake here, particularly with the backdrop and the detailed machinery bits all over the cyberhorse. The giveaway here lies with the dangling cables. Some of those don't quite look like they're obeying the laws of gravity. And if they're wrong... Uh-oh. Looks like you're all about to be assimilated. I was actually quite impressed with the fake here, particularly the backdrop and the detailed machine bits all over the cyberhorse. The giveaway here lies mainly in the dangling cables. Some of those don't quite look like they're going along with the demands of gravity.
Yeah,
Right.
The way the top main also connects to the head is also pretty wonky.
Okay, yeah, I see. Right. For the next round, we're going to take a step back in time. Remember the glory days of Pony Creator? Shitty OCs and garish oversaturated colours as far as the eye could see? Well, the AI wants in on that too. So for this one, I didn't have many good ideas for whether they're right or wrong, so I just say either that's correct, the filly was the faker, or nope, wrong, the filly was the faker, and then regardless, the following text is the same. Though, again, I think this one was another of the more difficult ones. The AI clearly knows how to draw in the vector style of the show, which is generally quite simple. Well, simple at least until a bunch of autists with no artistic taste start hanging every accessory they can find off of their red and black alicorns. If only this tool was available way back then, maybe our eyes would have had significantly less bleach poured into them. So as far as giveaways go, the two I see most clearly here are the eyes being a bit too far apart, and the incorrect shading of the hind leg here.
The main one that I noticed is with her mane, a lot of the lines don't connect.
I don't think that's necessarily wrong.
No, like that's pretty apparent to me.
These can plausibly be just highlights or just trying to give it a sort of hair-like texture. I don't think the fact that they don't connect is necessarily wrong, except maybe this one, but... But anyway, however, both of these issues would be trivial to fix with a quick bit of editing, so if you ever find yourself in need of a visual reference for an OC, I put it to you that this would actually be a pretty good tool. Right, for this round, we're going to do something a little different. One of these was painstakingly built, block by block, over many hours, in Minecraft. And the other was generated in about 30 seconds. You know the drill now? Which of these is fake?
What's funny about this is the fact it was probably like 11 seconds it generated.
Oh, I can change that to 10 seconds. That's fine. So, if they're right, you got it. Clearly you recognize several hours of hard work when you see it. Or maybe you just notice that the ridge lines down here aren't following the right angle pattern that they should be. But even if you ignore that and look only at Horse Mountain, I'd say that's still quite an impressive output. Certainly looks like something that someone could have plausibly built.
Yeah, I reckon just keep it as 30, because I might be sometimes it does take longer because it could be queued, but yeah, 30 feels like more balanced.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
And if they're wrong, and so it seems your eyes for detail weren't quite fine enough. This one is made more challenging by the discrete building blocks, or pixel art style that comes with Minecraft, which gives the AI a bit more leeway to make small mistakes that would otherwise be more easily noticed. Horse Mountain here certainly looks like something that could have been plausibly built, so the key to finding the fake here is in the ridges of the foothills. Notice that they don't quite follow the right angle pattern that they should do. That aside, I'd say it's fair to say that this is a particularly impressive output. Now, on to the penultimate round. I don't have a slide for that yet. But, a horse silhouetted against the sunset. And I don't have anything written for this yet. I didn't have any good ideas. But with this one, after we've done the reveal of what's the fake, I just want to put this one on the screen and just say, hey, just look at this. Tell me honestly, would you have guessed that's AI generated if I wasn't specifically asking for you to find the fake? I put it to you, probably not.
Yeah, seems good.
Anyway, I just need something to say for this slide, because I don't know.
Considering it's the last side, maybe it should be like, now taking all of the ways to identify
it's not
real
last.
and fake AIs. Is it not?
No, there's one more.
Okay. So, oh, right. So after the sunset one, you've got another one. Oh, right, the huggy one. Yep.
So we'll need to come back to this later. So I also need someone to say this is the final round. We have a beautiful expression of love between man and mare. But I must admit that, as awful as it sounds, one of these mare lovers is a fake. As the internet's premier horse lovers, this should be easy for you, Anon. So, which of these is fake? Right. And then I need something to say after it, because, I mean, how do you identify that this one is the fake? Maybe the horse is a bit too fluffy? But other than that,
no,
it looks...
some
I know-
breeds are quite fluffy.
I mean,
but
I
And
know
the left one has a lot of fine details in the mane, like on that guy's face, right? Which generally, like the AI is not good at because it generates at 512 by 512.
I mean,
and then
this
maybe
guy's got ridge lines on his forehead and a pretty detailed beard, and his hair's pretty detailed as well. I mean,
one of the things I remember spotting with this one that seemed to be odd was the fact that his hood seems to have like two hoods, or like it kind of becomes a turtleneck almost. But like in terms of the actual like jacket's material, it does actually look like it's stitched.
yeah, so
well,
it seems like he's wearing a jumper or something underneath his coat, and it's the AI.
you could
It's actually
mention-
worked out that it should be poking out his top and his
yeah,
sleeve.
if you notice the stitching on his shoulder, the furthermost left stitching ends early. It doesn't go all the way to the end of the seam. So maybe you can make like a rarity comment or something, or like have rarity on here as like as the pony for the reveal.
I mean, it kind of looks like it just goes behind a crease in his
No,
jacket.
not there. On his shoulder. If you notice, follow each of the lines from the shoulder upwards towards the hood. Notice the far left one has an extra line that ends early.
What, you mean where my laser pointer is now along the here?
Yep, it ends early. It's not a full seam along the whole thing. It ends,
Huh.
yeah, it like ends part of the way, so it's not a real seam.
Right.
That's like, and that's like being like really nitpicky. Like this one's hard. Like, the only other thing I can think of is how like fluffy the mare is, and yet how bare her snoofer is.
Perhaps.
And also, there's a lot of fluff on the left side of her face, but if you look at the side of the face towards the guy here, there's not as much hair. Like it kind of becomes a bald spot near her cheek.
I think you're kind of splitting hairs here, but I don't know.
But those are the two I can think of. Is less hair on the mare in parts, and the seam that doesn't.
Maybe just the body of the horse down here is what we look for. I think because it doesn't. I would expect there to be. I'd expect there to be a bit more body, like there'd be a bit more roundness out here.
Yeah, but at the same time, the body of the mare could be on the other side of the man. Like it.
Well, if it was, then there'd be nothing down here.
No, that'd be the torso. The chest of the mare is at the front, but the body doesn't have to follow to the left. It could be to the right. But yeah, like I said, that seam there is the most logical one of them. That's like the most clear.
Okay, so maybe we can.
Also, does his ear seem a bit far back? Like if you consider where his neck is, does his ear seem far back than usual?
Not obviously.
Should a horse like that have eyelashes like that?
Yeah. Well, the left one. If you look at the left
has
one,
eyelashes.
So it doesn't seem unreasonable.
And
Although white
on
eyelashes.
the right side. They're like white.
Do horses have white eyelashes?
I wonder. Let's have a look. See. Yes, they do. I just looked at some images and I just looked up white horse eyelashes, and yep, they can have white. So nothing wrong there.
So seam here is weird. I think it's still worth mentioning that the horse doesn't seem to have a full body down here.
The only other thing I can think of is if you notice his hair up the very top near his fringe, there's a weird connection of hair that's like bundled just above his, little bit lower, that there, that you were just on. See that tangle? That tangle there?
Or where they cross here?
No.
Just this,
Where you
just
just
this
were.
general tangly bit here.
Yep. See that tangle? Like, that doesn't seem like an actual hair that's tangled. It just seems very, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like any hairs connected. Like, it wouldn't. Yeah.
I mean,
And I can't explain why it looks strange. It's just, yeah. Let me actually open up this slide in full view so I can actually see it better. Yeah, it's like a bird's nest almost.
so we've got a false seam along here. We've got some strange tangle in his hair here. The way it's drawn does look, I suppose, a little odd when you look closely at it. And then the body of the horse doesn't seem quite fully developed.
Honestly, I feel like the less flaws that we actually mention, I feel like that makes, like, emphasizes how impressive this is.
Yeah.
Or, like, at the very least, like, after you say the flaws, like, it took us a long time to work out, like, to find
why
all
this
the
was
flaws
wrong.
in this
Yeah.
one. Yeah, because, like, honestly, this one is fucking hard. I'm really happy with how this turned out. Man, Midjourney has gotten so fucking good. It's scary almost.
Yep. Okay, and then I have honorable mentions. Now, before I hand off, actually no, I need some kind of summary to summarize the game. Like, well done, you were awesome, or boo, you were shit. I need two variations.
I feel like that kind of would have to do, like, if we were to quickly summarize how many got right and wrong.
Yeah. So how many possibilities do we go for?
I'd say, like, you'd have one for, like, most of them wrong. You'd have one for, like, half and half. Like, they did okay, and then the other one was, like, really good. So.
Alright. So, honorable mentions. Now, before I hand off back to the others, I'd just like to go through a quick fire round of some honorable mentions. These being images generated by AI that I was impressed with, and would have liked to use for Find the Fake, but just couldn't find a comparable real image to pair them with. We'll carry on with the theme of mare lovers, some expressing their affection in a rather formal setting, and some more impromptu hugs at home. Now, these all look pretty nice, but there are a few little funny mistakes. Mr. Old-Fashioned here has one too many fingers, and his horse has one too few legs. This bouquet of flowers has grown a pair of hands, and I can only wonder where the rest of Berry Punch has gone, because there's no way her whole body fits in this tiny space. Funny mistakes aside, this guy has a rocking moustache. This guy, I really like the colours of his suit, so much so that I think I'll wear one just like it for my future wedding with Rainbow Dash. And this one, well, this one just looks really comfy.
You didn't mention anything for the far left.
Or the top right. I mean, I can't really think of anything to say. I mean, they're fine, yes, but they're not as interesting as the others. Not as visually interesting.
And they're sort of like alternatives for the previous slider as well.
Now, on to a crystal horse and a cyber horse. Now, what stood out to me about these two was that, if not for tail hairs that don't quite flow right, and for the hooves that don't touch the ground, if you showed me these and told me that they were screenshots of 3D models that someone made in Blender or whatever, I honestly would have probably believed you. So when it comes to images where 100% accuracy to real life is not a factor, it really can be quite difficult to tell real from fake. Two more funnies. here we have Pinkie Pie's idea of world's bestest statue with a combination of horse and chocolate. AI in general has actually been pretty good at combining two completely unrelated concepts, with often pretty cool looking results. And the other picture, well, that one just made me laugh. Looks like he's got a double-barrel shotgun for a nose.
Should you say like with cool and tasty results?
Yeah, okay. Often pretty tasty results. And the other picture, well, that one just made me laugh. Looks like he's got a double-barrel shotgun for a nose. Alright, back to another category that featured on Find the Fake, that being show accurate drawings. Now, I deliberated for quite a long time over this one, but eventually decided that the extra eye shiny and the leg shading on the front left here were just a bit too obvious, or at least more obvious than the white filly that I eventually went with. Though, again, both of those issues I just mentioned could be easily fixed with a quick bit of editing, just in case you needed any more convincing about the OC idea I posted earlier. I included these three other fillies, again because they're really cute, but their cutie marks are all actually quite coherent, which is something that AI often struggles with. And I also just really like the flower patterns around this one. Makes it look very pretty. Very nice little bit of extra style. Right, up next, a portrait of the average /MLP user. Other fandoms can only wish they had this much class, and a minty horse to go with it. That's all I have for this slide, so if there's any suggestions, they're welcome.
Do you mean like in terms of like finding flaws, or?
No, just something fun to say about it. I mean, it could be flaws. I mean, I know her leg is a bit weird here.
The only thing that seems fake about this one is how sad Anon looks. What real Anon would be that sad in the presence of their waifu?
He's not sad, he's just deep in thought. In thought about his mare. I mean, he doesn't look sad.
I know, the posture just seems like he's like slumping over a little. I don't know.
Anything interesting or any jokes to make about this?
In order to afford his waifu, he had to sell all the rest of his furniture, leaving only one chair.
Though that's not exactly unprecedented. No, we should find that picture. That I'm 99% certain it was Perp who just had the picture of his Twilight plushie just with a chair and nothing else. So the only downside is that he had to sell the rest of his furniture to afford the upkeep, the oat upkeep. You have something like that at what? At the start? Is that what you're trying to say? I haven't.
Like that, I think they said.
Like that?
Something like that, I think. Also, is the speaker notes per user?
No, everyone sees it.
Because I can't see it on my end.
I'm reading off the doc.
Oh, you haven't added these to the slides yet. Okay.
No, it's still written, so I don't want to put them on you.
Okay.
I'm just going to need to go into the archive, Desu archive, and I need to find what I'm looking for.
Oh, shit. Ow, 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 ow. I always have the weirdest fucking posture. Oh, my knee. Man, when I'm like an old man, I have like the worst knees. But it's future me to worry about. Hopefully by then I can just like replace my legs with like cybernetic legs or something.
It is that, but I need the one with the actual Twilight in it. Do you have that one? It is there. Is it one of the tiny little figurines? Yeah. I want the big plush though.
Yeah. So just make it easier for Anons to actually see it.
I'm not finding it. What would be a good... I mean, I'm searching for new house as an opening post. Furniture? Well, actually, can I reverse image search that?
Do you just use Google to reverse image search, or you use
Yeah, I'm just putting it in. But no, it's just finding lawn chair. It's not finding the actual thread, which is unfortunate. What would can anyone remember the content of the opening post of that thread? Because I'm pretty sure it was him talking about how he'd moved into his new house.
Oh, I see where the Twilight is, in the very corner. Man, that is very tiny.
Was this one of the posts that was like made? Was there like a video made for Anthology or something? Or is that this earlier?
This is fairly recent. I haven't been keeping up with the Anthology, so I don't know if... found it.
Nice. Anthology.
So I just need to find the version of that that's got only Twilight in the chair. Yep, here we go.
But yeah, not too dissimilar.
Right, so this now reads... Once it loads... Right, so up next, a portrait of the average /MLP user. Other fandoms can only wish they had this much class, and a minty horse to go with it. The only downside is that he had to sell the rest of his furniture to keep up with the oat upkeep, which isn't exactly unprecedented. And finally, an OC that left me mesmerized. So captivated.
Your stream cut out for a sec.
What?
Your stream cut out for a sec. You might have bandwidth issues. Like it completely cut out, including your voice. Was that the same for you as well, Paul, or is it just my end?
Yeah.
Odd. Okay. It might be because it's still trying to load in a bunch of the images.
Okay, it seems to have stabilized because there's no bandwidth line image icon thing, like with the multiple bars. It changed from orange to green, and now it's not there anymore. So I think it's been restored.
So, up next, a portrait of the average /MLP user. I don't like keep up with the oat upkeep, because we're saying keep up upkeep. With the oat. with the oat bills.
Oat bills, yeah, I like that.
Okay. Right, so up next, a portrait of the average /MLP user. Other fandoms can only wish they had this much class, and a minty horse to go with it. The only downside is that he had to sell the rest of his furniture to keep up with the oat bills, which isn't exactly unprecedented. And finally, an OC that left me mesmerized. So captivated was I by the chromaticity generated by Midjourney here that I took to ChatGPT in search of a name. After a quick back and forth to describe this beauty, I picked out Aurora Hughes from the list of suggestions.
Your stream isn't updating on Jitsi, it seems. That's odd. Hold on, I'll reload Jitsi and see if that fixes it.
It's fine on my end.
Okay, is the slide on the not on the chair?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Change the slide.
The only downside is that he had to sell the rest of his furniture to keep up with the oat bills, which isn't exactly unprecedented. And finally, an OC that left me mesmerized. So captivated was I by the chromaticity. So captivated was I by the chromaticity generated by Midjourney here, or chromacity. Chromaticity? Chromaticity. So captivated was I by the chromaticity generated by Midjourney here that I took to ChatGPT in search of a name. After a quick back and forth to describe this beauty, I picked out Aurora Hughes from the list of suggestions. In my headcanon, she is an OC that represents Image AI, the rainbow in her mane representing her ability to draw anything, and the odd colour splotches on her body representing the slight variations that come with each new generation. As a cool little quirk, because of course any OC worth its salt needs one of those, is that every time you draw her, you have to slightly change the colours of her mane and coat splotches. Again, representing how no two inputs will ever give the exact same image. And, just to top it all off, the prompt that generated her was Rainbow Dash meh 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 meh. Right, and then I need a handoff to go over to you to talk about how to get good AI images. Alright, Gothic setting off. See ya. Bye. Right.
I really like how minimal the cover had to be changed overall.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really good. The helmet kind of like the cap of the shroom kind of reminds me a bit of German helmets almost.
Yeah.
Interesting.
How much of that did you paint manually?
There was some in painting I think that was done for the bits on her hair that like look a little more mushroomy than the original generation. Other than that, I think like most of the changes you see here are just painted in manually. So
Like what I can see is like the mane and the horn and the eyes were redone. The mouth has been lowered, so there's more depth to that. The tree in the background has
And did you
been
say
actually
so the eyes, the mouth? Did you say those were painted manually, or you painted them using the
yeah, those are
in-painting
painted
feature?
in manually.
Okay.
Like there are a handful of things that are done with in painting, but a lot of it's just manual
Right.
on top of the existing.
I imagine the background paint splotches would have been in painting.
Which background paint splotches?
Like on the left side, how you have the paint splatter and you have the tree in the background, kind of deal.
Those things those are manual.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yes.
Okay. I thought those would have been like the background in painted and it like continued from it. That's pretty cool.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna go take a little break for a few minutes. I'm gonna go stand outside and try and cool down a bit, and then I'll come back. Hopefully we can finish Find the Fake, and we can also try and write a transition into the next section.
Yeah, and I'll continue writing on my timeline thing. I've got effectively 2 of them done so
I'll
far.
just set it up to follow you. Wow.
Cool.
A few minutes.
All right, moving on from there. DALL-E 2. Hold on, did I do all the captions for that? Right, I hadn't written anything for there. Hold on. Those have spaces in between, but that doesn't. Actually remove that one. Oop. Order, send it back. That's why that looks wrong. These are deselect. There we go. It's all meant to be 12. Maybe I'll try Meadow. It seems kind of gloomy. Keep that on site for now. Yeah, that looks nicer.
Let's see. Oh, I know. There wasn't a non that shared a bunch of images. Where the hell are they? Content.
Alright, I'm back. Hello, Pinky.
Welcome back.
You talking about Merthyr?
Here we are. Nasapone. I'm just going to share my screen real quick because I'm just wondering on which DALI images to share to use as an example. So here we have, like, for example, where was I just? I was in Nasapone here, and here's some DALI 2 images of her.
I don't see any images though.
Oh, are they not loading? Is my screen not being shared?
I saw them.
Oh, are you? Oh, you're injured. Okay, sorry. Right, I need to put you over here then.
But yeah, I'm just wondering what I should include for it, because I'm pretty sure there was more shared than these. Like here's some Fluttershy's. I really liked this one, so I think I'm going to include that one, definitely. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't think I've had any luck with getting like similar, like old style wood carvings to this on any other AI other than DALI.
Okay.
So I think that's like an advantage that it's had. What's this? Bread. Ah, that's right. Bread man.
She looks very excited with that bread.
This one?
No, yeah, that one.
Yeah, I think those look good. Cool.
And people expecting Merthyr? 300 odd, I think. So are you going to share anything else that we need to see, Hazy? Or am I good to
No,
turn that off?
I'm just back. Yeah, I've got the images. I'm not going to do like a sequential order like the previous one. This is just like showing more results just because it's quicker. Because if I keep on going through the timeline, it's just going to waste more time. And I feel like this keeps more interest because these are a lot more interesting than like what's the earliest and what's the latest sort of deal. Oh, also, before I forget, I should make all of these transparent so that way it saves time.
Yeah, it's a smaller con. I mean, again, 300 is just a number that I intuited. I don't know the exact one. I mean, it may well be more than that.
Send all these to the very back.
Yeah, I don't know like how much attention it's getting outside of /MLP or what the like reception of it is.
Are those the same size as those? No, those all should be 12.
Okay, is there a script written for the how to get the best out of image AI? Because I want to write my little transition from
The
find the
Marcellian
fake
bit?
into that. Yeah, the Marcellian bit.
Yeah, I have sections for those. If you look in the script sections, they're at the top.
Ah, okay. So in case you weren't aware, the cover of my album is Marcellian, right? Okay. So I'll just need to introduce you then.
Yeah. Although I was writing this with the understanding that I was going to be part of a larger section about how to make good images, but not necessarily like I was going to be the one like managing the whole section.
Yeah. So you just happen to be going first.
Yeah.
It's mainly hazy and gothic. I think, in fact, maybe even mainly gothic that takes this section. Okay. Okay, so you've mentioned in painting, but that hasn't actually been explained yet. Gothic explains that a little bit later. So maybe worth having a little qualifier in there saying in painting is something that Gothic will discuss in a minute.
So at the top, I say I used a variety of techniques in order to generate this, which we'll discuss in more detail later. So I hope that's enough qualification. That
right. I modified with some in painting. For example, making groups. Strip the mushroom. Okay. So maybe just make it absolutely explicit. You're going through a general process here. Like, here's how you can go from blah, 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 with just images showing the progression, but I'm not actually explaining the techniques in detail. This is just the general possible progression that you might see. In order to generate this, which we'll discuss in more detail later. So to generate this, which we'll discuss in more detail later, this is... So actually this first example, it's a process, your process?
a process that could be used to make good images. So if we're going straight into this slide, I should probably write up like a little introduction just to make it clear that we're moving into a different.
I'm currently
Or
thinking of.
You're going to
doing
handle
it.
that.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Okay.
Memo-mem. Okay. So I'm thinking I'll say something like, having now seen a bunch of good examples, a bunch of good examples of AI art, let's now see how we actually make that. Like, just words to that effect. Wiki on the screen.
Bloody hell. I forgot about Litty Pond. Maybe I should just focus on that as the extra image.
When we're talking about 1 year of progress, The timeline starts at 2021 for what it's worth.
Yeah, so I'm planning to take one of the clip draw images from last year's panel and compare it to
Okay.
what we've got today. Because it is, when you take a step back and just appreciate what it was and what it is now, it has been almost staggering how quickly it's progressed. Hazy, do you have any part in the making good AI art? Do you talk about Midjourney on slide 153?
I don't think I have anything written for that yet, but I did have something in the bullet points saying my name, so that was something I plan to work on. I think that's why that was there, because I have something to cover for that, but that's why that's the only thing that's there, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Is because nothing has been written for it yet. But yeah, I do plan to write stuff for there, mostly because I have like a lot of experience with using it. I don't remember if I also beta tested it or not. I know I did for Stable Diffusion, but I've forgotten if I also did for Midjourney. I may have. Anyways, do you like the new? Do you like the new logo for the show?
Where?
It's on the slide that I'm on.
Oh, okay. I think I remember this. It looks familiar.
Yeah, there was a couple shared in thread. Yeah, Litty Pond.
Time to add yet another slide.
Alright, third blue.
Need to update these as well, actually.
Yep, I think that's good. And I'll write something after I've fully designed it, just so I have more to work off of. Okay. Okay, this is going to take the longest, although not too long. At least I hope not. I need to find like the earliest I've used Stable Diffusion and find the images off that. Oh wait, hold on. I used that. That was through Discord, so there should be a bot that I can look at the oldest generations for. There we are, Gigabot. Pretty sure that's what it was. Yep, that's the one. Oh, wait, that was my first one I got from it? No way. So apparently this pink horse was the oops. Apparently this pink horse is what I generated. Well, the first one that was in the main bot thing. So after I was able to do it through DMs, I was actually able to get that. Like, it's got the extra hoof there, but look how good that horse is.
Yeah.
Wasn't the first I did, but I'm definitely including that. I'll do that as the second image.
Kind of crazy the difference between base stable diffusion model and what we have now.
Pardon?
It's kind of crazy the difference between base stable diffusion model and what we have now.
Yeah, because those are fine-tuned ones, which I do towards the end of the timeline. I'll mention something along the lines of that, I think. Let's see if I can find the oldest one though. Like if I go into stable diffusion and look for posts from me from way back. See if I can find it.
Mm-hmm. Hey Z, do you have any more ponies looking, as in not real horse, good pictures that could replace this one here, Aurora Hues?
Hold on a second. Which one, sorry?
Slide 152 where I'm at. So basically what I'm ending this section with is an example of where we were last year and where we are now, just to showcase the, quite frankly, ridiculous progress. So I've got two sort of realish horses, and I want to have one, or rather two, pony-looking horses, but I've already used Aurora Hues, so I'm wondering if you've got anything in here in a similar sort of style.
So you want to replace just Aurora Hues?
Yeah.
So what? Wait. So you want one side of the slide to be realish and the other side to be non-real?
Well, one to be actual horses and one to be ponies, and then on the left side here, I'm gonna grab a bunch of old stuff from last year.
Okay.
Or if you've got any other examples of the AI made an attempt. That could also
I've got thousands of images, so I've probably got at least a couple hundred of ones where it tried Gold Star. But a lot of these are still in disarray. But hopefully once everything's out the way, like once house is moved and panel is out the way and stuff, I can actually get back to doing stuff like content creation and actually sorting out all my shit. If you want a maiden attempt, although You could include juicy peaches, sorry, or at least her original image.
Okay. Roughly when was that made?
This was June 2022.
Okay.
So basically a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Hold on. Yeah. That
More or less
okay.
exactly a year ago, yeah.
It's a birthday. Happy birthday, Juicy Peaches.
Okay.
I
Good
didn't
start.
even know. Huh. Oh, I think you might remember this one. I don't remember if she ended up having a newer design, but I'm pretty sure I shared her at some point. I don't think I gave her a name. I might have.
She's familiar, yeah. Though
I
it's
don't want to
basically
include too many Dally Mini ones.
it's
though.
basically the same style though as this one. I'd rather we have a bit of variety.
Mhm.
Could work.
There was this one which I think was an early pony diffusion, which is a twilight.
Is there a date on that?
I
Let's
recognize
see.
that. I gen that one, right?
Okay, yeah, this was recent. This was April
This was
2023.
recent.
Yeah, it seems a bit too coherent to go on the left.
Okay.
Or
You did say
would
you
this
wanted
go
one
on
to
the right?
replace. Yeah, you did say you wanted one to replace Astra. Not Astra. Aurora.
Hughes.
Okay. Do you want a decent selection?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Here, take your pick.
Okay.
Because there's plenty there. And in terms of the date, this was from October 2022. So still pretty far back, but I think this was one of the first fine tunes of Astra's.
Honestly, basically any one of those would probably be fine. Preferably one in a more interesting pose, I guess, rather than just what we've got here for what was her name, Peachy. So maybe one of them lying down, or
I kind of like the I kind of like oh fuck, how am I gonna remember this? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17. The farthest from the left, the 17th down, but I'm not sure if that one should be added just because of who it is, or maybe it should be just because it's like, who cares really. It's the apple bloom that's near towards the bottommost left apple bloom on the left.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like I don't know, the pose is good, and also like the
What was-
overall
what
shape,
was
like
this
it's actually
date?
got her mane well.
What was this
This
dated
was
again?
22nd October 2022.
Okay, not quite a year, but I think still okay.
But yeah, there's plenty to choose from there.
Pick one of these. I'll try and deliberately not one that's bad. Like I'll try and find at least a sort of good looking. Maybe this library. I mean, how awful is this resolution going to be though?
I can't see your screen when looking at that. Oh wait, hold on. Well, on the stream, I can. So is the intent this one for like a decent image, but still like not quite as detailed?
Yeah, basically.
Because I really like the flutters at the along the top row near the middle. It's the second right farmost Fluttershy. She's on a beach.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a little collar on.
It's not
The only thing
that
weird about her is she's missing a leg and her tail is all wonky, but overall, like, it's a nice scene.
Oh, yeah. I don't suppose you have proper resolutions of any of these, because this is...
I think this was what was shared. Like, each of these are like 128 by 128 or something.
Yeah, I think I'm going to need more pixels than that to go on this side.
I don't remember what this was generated as. It looks like Midjourney. Not Midjourney. It looks like Novel AI to me. But this could be one.
I recognize that. I've seen that before.
Oh, here's one. That's nice. This was the earliest. I know this is part of the earliest Astra, because oopsie, I did the wrong thing. Not uploading the site tube. Fucking. Bleh. This Twilight was done with a very early Astra thing because it still has the old galley-like watermark. So maybe try and use this one. I really like how that one turned out.
Do you have a date on that?
Yeah, all of these have dates on. Properties. This was from... Oh, wait, no, this was more recent. Why is that still got the watermark? Okay, never mind. This was from March 2023.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I did find another one, though. Although this is from February, never mind. May have to look at some of my older archives. Oh yeah, I have a crayon flutters. That turned out okay. I forgot about that one.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Let's see if there's any others back here, because there's a few. I've got a couple here from DALL-E 2, actually, which look okay.
Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm back. Firefox did the Nemo trip out bullshit again. Alright, and what I was trying to do was drag this crayon flutters. This is, I believe this was when crayon just came out, or changed its name. This was from the 20th of June 2022. so relatively old. And it's a strangely coherent Flutters, despite its, it's still crayon though.
Yeah, it looks like the same sort of style as. What was the name? Peachy something?
Juicy Peaches.
Juicy Peaches.
Yeah, good point. I suppose they are sort of similar. All right, I'm gonna have to look through my other.
I think I've got.
backups.
I think I've got something good here.
Yeah. That one was DALI 2.
Yes.
Is that the highest image? Because I've still got the folder that I think it's in.
I just copied that over from last year's presentation.
Oh, okay, cool. Then that should be the thing. Oh yeah, it doesn't seem to be in here. I must have the other one must be somewhere else.
So can we verify that all of these were made near enough June 2022?
Yeah. Let me double check Apple Bloom again. I forget when she was done. Fuck, I closed the folder. Hold on. Pony AI. What was the file name of that Apple Bloom?
I don't know, you posted it.
Oh,
it's in the chat.
Hold on. It should. Oh, yeah. Because Firefox crashed, I lost the name that was uploaded to Catbox. Catbox scrambles the name, so let me just see if I can find it again real quick. Because all of those there do seem old, because I remember a lot of them. But Apple Bloom, I'm not sure if she... no, she's from March.
This year?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll need to find another one for her. Let's look in mass storage, see if I can find something on my old Linux builds, or maybe even Windows.
I mean, I can grab a few more DALI things, but if possible, I mean, we've got one clip drawer and I think 2 DALIs now.
Okay, so I've done a backup of my Mint thing on January. So if anything, it'll be here. So anything before January, it'll be here.
Do we want to put Wombo?
The Wombo ones are all long rectangles, so it's gonna be difficult to fit them in. I can try and see.
I have some old Mid Journeys, I think. Oh wait, no, those are from January this year. Okay, I need to search further down. So they have to be last year, yeah?
June 2022 plus or minus a month, ideally.
Okay.
The Wombos is older than that, right?
I think so, actually, yeah.
So is should call it. Yeah, this bottom left one would be like almost 2 years old, right?
Think so. I will admit my timeline knowledge is not amazing.
Okay, these are from December 2022.
Mm,
But they're more horsey horses. I'll share one anyways. This was also using emoji prompting. Oh, and it's causing database errors? What, is that because it has the file names? That would be funny if it is. Okay, never mind then. Ah, this would be old. Okay, that's August. I think this was back when, oh, what was this from? This is where they had the censorship blur thing. Okay, we'll try that. Otherwise, maybe the middle for that one. Okay, so if we want to do a... Hold on. If you want to do a horsey butt, we can do that one. Otherwise, there's the
I think I've got
middle for that.
middle ones. Okay. And what's the date on these?
These are from August 2022.
Okay.
So June, July, August.
Yeah. I suppose we could use that. Which one should I replace? What AI was that?
Sorry, I can't hear you over the helicopter flying over your house.
Yeah. What AI was this?
I think. Shit. I think this was No. I think this was Novel AI.
And what's the blurred one?
But I think this was before. This was before they separated their pony. This was when they had a separate pony model. And they merged it into that's now on their website. This was back on their Discord bot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was before they actually released their site. So technically this is Stable Diffusion. That's been a little fine-tuned. This was like the precursor to what's like seen now on Novel AI. So this was like Novel AI beta, pretty much.
Okay.
And yeah, like as an example of what things it can understand, this is I'm pretty sure this is on. Oh, I've got the prompt here. It's model test. Oh, the model was the test model, which was the new one that they were testing at the time, and the prompt being My Little Pony player model in Breath of the Wild. And it got fairly close to what you'd expect it to generate for that.
Okay, yeah, I can see. Alright, I think I'm happy enough with this now.
Oh yeah. So I did the prompt, what would happen if I just randomly started typing something non-specific and it took what I said and turned it into something that's actually somewhat decent? Surely that wouldn't happen, right? And that was the literal prompt. And ended up giving these results. Watsugnuge leidsperni I ut. I like that facial expression of the very bottommost one. It looks like a genuine person, but
Right.
Novel AI since then has lost a lot of touch of reality.
I'm happy with this now.
Cool.
Happy with these pictures. Right, so there you go. Proof that AI art has evolved and matured significantly since we discussed it last year, and the images it produces can be good enough to genuinely pass as real. The progress here has been lightning fast. This here is 1 year of progress. You may still be able to find some flaws, but I wouldn't be surprised if that gap is closed soon. Again, I really want to emphasize, we have gone from these to these in 1 year. So now that you've seen all those examples, the next logical step would be to learn how to make them yourselves. So I'll now hand back to Vol, Hazy, and Gothganon, who will talk you through their experiences using the AI and how to get the best out of it. Do you want a how to get the best out of them introduction / title slide right after this comparison thing? Or are you going to jump straight in?
I feel like whatever I would say would be short enough to warrant just like jumping into the mycelium example.
Okay.
I might just need to add a sentence at the front.
Yeah.
I'm definitely including that for the novel AI one.
What's funny?
Just this early novel AI image I generated. Where is the nun's hand? And that mere expression.
This might be more appropriate for you to say, actually. Like, just like emphasize that we're going to be going over examples, but we're not going to be going into detail about the techniques that we're using. Or, well, Gothic kind of goes into
Yeah,
a little
he
bit of
does.
detail
So
with this, right?
basically,
This
you
is
start by showing, like, here's a process that I've used. Now let's go into the details after that. That's basically.
okay. So I'm gonna.
So you're giving like an overview of how it can work, and then Gothic talks in detail about something specifically in painting.
All right.
And maybe there's one interjection from Hazy about how you made this
wow.
picture with Midjourney. Oh
Actually, I
yeah.
actually
Apparently,
started
there's
back in-
me. There's a placeholder slide for me here in case I decide I want to interject about using the AI correctly. That being
Yeah.
actually using it as a tool rather than just spamming whatever the fuck. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know how much value that adds, especially if we're already showing how to use it properly. Maybe I don't need to do that.
Yeah, while I found the early images, I'll take that opportunity to actually get the earliest ones of these for each of these slides. I've forgotten that Astra's thing ended up being like their first one was like completed in March of 2022.
Uh-huh.
Like I'm surprised it was that early.
Is it public?
Like I found a cute Luna, or at least what appears to be her.
In a minute. Soon, shortly afterwards. Something like that.
Okay, now I'm not sure if that's just a fucking weird horse or if that's an AI generated image. I feel like I'm at the point of gaslighting myself. So you tell me, is this a real horse?
I recognize this
yeah.
picture again. Yes, and
Still have the curse of Rainbow Winker above her tail? Yeah, of course I still have it. I'm pretty sure I could find it. I'm a file hoarder. I keep all of the images.
Pretty sure that was fairly recent too. Me just messing around while on stream. That's probably in the newest backups, isn't it? Pony, AI Pony. It's probably in here somewhere. Oh yeah, and I could use that. That was Stable Diffusion, definitely. Wait, no, it wasn't. That was Mid-Journey. Oh, the line between early Mid-Journey and like mid to present day Stable Diffusion is so fucking fine. It is like difficult to tell between the two sometimes. Oh, I think it was Mid-Journey when I did that. I think. Fuck. Put that aside for now.
Oh shit, it's nearly
Amazing.
midnight. Okay. In that case, I should probably head on. So, where are we at now? We're doing alright, I think. So, Hazy, you've worked on your timeline here. Have you mostly written what you want to say here? I see a few blank speaker sections down here still. So that still needs some development, I presume.
Hold on. I'm just trying to do a thing. Fuck. Did I lose the page accidentally? Damn it. Ah, here it is. So I'm just trying to, I've got multiple things open at once and I'm trying to find the right page for the thing to upload. Here we are. Okay, I'll put that there for now. Sorry, you were saying?
Just trying to get an idea of how much still needs to be done for your timeline thing.
It's basically mostly done. I just need to, like, this isn't going to be a very time-consuming thing. I feel just the only time-consuming part of this is mostly getting the images for the things, which, as you could tell, my things are in disarray and just being difficult to tell which is which is which AI. But overall, like, I've provided more images for the various things. I've gotten through at least half of the timeline, as well as listing various AIs in which is going to be focusing on.
Dude, someone's posted about Nurse Redheart.
What was that?
Apparently someone's put all of Nurse Redheart's lines into...
Thank you, Twilight. Ooh. We need all the help we can
They've
get.
made
It was a mishap
model?
with some of the baked goods. Shh! The babies are trying to sleep.
This is just a SoundCloud thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so... Okay, can't remember. Did I bother to put Nurse Redheart in the dataset? She has so few lines.
I think you did have about that much, because I remember I trained her. I trained her a couple times with Sovets.
There must be some data somewhere.
And I think there's about that much of her. There was less that was actually useful, in fact. So I think we may have her, but it's best to back her up just in case there are any lines on here that we don't have. But I'm pretty sure that's all of it.
There are
or like
3 lines from Nurse Redheart. All of them from EQG Forgotten Friendship.
There. That one has a different delivery and doesn't sound like Pony Nurse Redheart at all. Not worth considering.
Yeah, they're different.
Okay. Is it worth revisiting, Nurse? It might be.
I've already cleaned a new data set for her to that I've trained her with Sovits.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to hear how she sounds with RVCs in the same data set because I feel like she could turn out really nice.
Could you
but I
post
just
that
haven't
data
gotten
set
around-
in the thread? And then I can put it in the supplements of the master file too.
I could just post it in the sidetube
Well, no,
chat
you
because I feel like
post it as a reply to the dude who put it in the thread. Like, it's something for everyone.
okay. I need to quickly find it. It's probably on my desktop. Desktop, AI stuff, Soviets training, Nurse Red Heart.
So this is one that you haven't posted before. It's just one that you made personally.
I've already posted her fully trained Soviets model before, as well as some examples.
Oh, okay. Might be worth just reposting that then. Is that in Heisei?
No. This was just with Soviets on collab.
Okay. Right, stream summary then. Let's not forget this time. Suppose now would also be a good time to ask if you have any other random little data sets lying around. It would be good to have all of those in one place.
Nothing that's going to be added, like all of my data sets I've created have been compiled from what you've already got on your thing.
Okay.
So there's nothing really to add in that sense. But yeah. Pretty much it's just like minimal cleaning or like sorting between which ones are noisy and added into the thing. Nothing all that new.
Vol, have you done anything that's worthy of being in the stream summary?
No.
No? Okay. So far I've got Hazy developing the timeline of image AI progress and some development of Find the Fake. Okay.
Seems about right.
Yep.
So it's Athena, more Athena, Twilight OCD, Last Unicorn, Pinkie Pie. Where's Nurse Red Heart?
At the hospital, I assume. Or the
Yeah,
hospital.
I mean like the ones I have in here. So if it's Pinkie, Saffron masala sound alikes.
Do you think those no whacking voice lines would sound good in RBC? I believe I already trained the model.
Do we have all these Soviets SVC and RBC models logged somewhere in like a spreadsheet or something? Because I feel they're somewhat scattered. Are they written anywhere?
That there are some like in the main doc, but I don't think like they're up to date.
It might be a good thing to try and address then. I don't want those to be all over the place. After panel, probably. Right. If we're happy enough for now, then I'll end it here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Next session will be on Friday. Though, since I'm not doing any animating streams anymore, I might do a little something on my own. Let's see.
That's an example of how nice Red Hot sounded.
Mhm.
I just posted inside you a little example of how she sounded.
Okay. You were saying, Paul?
Yeah, the reason I'm not like adding, about like Thunder Anon or whoever that guy is, and like Nice Game. The reason I'm not adding them to collab is because they're not like uploading them to Hugging Face. They're just uploading them to Drive. So.
Okay. Alright, how does this sound?
Yes, we will cure this dirty old disease. Well, if you that's the poison, that's the remedy. The remedy is the experience.
I'm not actually that familiar with how Red Hot's supposed to sound. She speaks like twice in the entire series. I'm just trying to remember back to the baked bads line, or the baked goods were not up to scratch, and then Pinky goes baked bads. I suppose I feel some sort of resemblance to it, but
yeah, just because of how small a data set is, she was very noisy. So, but RBC has been good with very small data sets. So I'm curious how she could turn out.
Alright, have you put that in the thread?
Not yet.
Basically, I just want to reply more or less immediately to that and put the thing in the dataset, the master file. Alright, I'll end the stream here. Just post in the thread.
Cool.
See you later.
See ya.